Going to call the February 15th, 2022 Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting to order. Ms. Dooley, will you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, you may. Sean Levy,
Present.
Joyce Ruff,
Present.
Greg Snyder.
Present.
The vote reflects that all members are present.
Okay. Can I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor of the approval of the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Now we're up to item 2A for information, our School Resource Officer Program.
Thank you. Good evening, committee members. I'm joined here tonight with Ryan Turner, our District Safety and Security Coordinator, Lieutenant Dave Elrod, and Sergeant Jamie Linder, both from the City of Beloit Police Department. Our presentation this evening is to provide you, as well as the community, with information in regards to the School District of Beloit's School Resource Officer Program. The SRO contract is up for review this spring, and we felt it a great opportunity to provide an update of information as well as to gather input on the program, what is working well, and what changes need to be made as we move to recommend revisions. Next slide. The School District of Beloit's program has been long-standing. It's important to note that conversations about an SRO program started in the late 1970s, with the implementation of the program during the 1980-81 school year with a goal to improve relationships between our students and the police department. Next slide. In order to have a successful SRO experience, there must be some guiding best practices. The goal of the combined team of school administration and the SRO must be to provide an environment centered around safety and learning, that both building administration and SRO have adequate training to support all of our students. The SRO's focus should be on supporting the students, staff, and families, and also building relationships. An SRO is an additional resource to our school buildings. You'll see in the bottom corner there the NASRO triad concept. NASRO is the National Association of School Resource Officers, and this is a key in understanding the SRO's role. It divides the school resource officer responsibilities into 3 areas: teacher or mentor, informal counselor, and law enforcement officer. By training law enforcement to educate, counsel, and protect school communities, our SROs lead by example and promote a positive image of law enforcement to school children and communities. Keeping those best practices mentioned earlier in mind, we ground ourselves in the mission of our program, and that is to improve school safety and the educational climate at school. Our goals include providing safe learning environments, providing resources to staff, fostering positive relationships with students and families, and being proactive in crime prevention. The SRO is not a disciplinarian, nor are they a replacement for existing school security practices. SROs focus on crime prevention, such as mediation or restorative practices, crime control, and crime reporting. They are an extension of the building's faculty and additional resource in order to ensure school safety. They are able to refer to additional services as they work as equal part law enforcement officer, mentor, and teacher. SROs are very familiar with our community partners that may be of assistance to our students and our families. Currently, the City of Beloit employs 3 SROs, 1 assigned to the high school, 1 assigned to the East Side Intermediates, and 1 assigned to the West Side Intermediate schools. As I mentioned earlier, with the contract up for renewal, we took advantage of this opportunity to gather feedback when determining what revisions should be recommended. Focus groups were held with administration, staff, and students, and I'll let Ryan speak to the themes that he heard from those focus groups.
Good evening, committee members. As Missy said, I'm Ryan Turner. I'm the District Safety and Security Coordinator. Before we get into the themes, I just want to talk a little bit how they were comprised, of the focus groups. So we held focus groups for administrators, staff, and students. We felt that it was important to hear from those that the school resource officers serve on a daily basis. Each focus group was asked the same 4 questions. The first question is, describe an experience that you've had with the school district of Beloit's school resource officer program. If you've not had any experiences, what is your perception of the SRO program? Number 3, what are your hopes for what safety and security looks like in our district's building, and what are your fears? And lastly, how could the district and/or the Beloit Police Department improve relationships between school resource officers and students in our buildings? For administrators, we held virtual sessions. For staff and teachers, we offered an anonymous survey as well as a virtual option that they could attend. For students, we asked principals of secondary schools to provide a list of students in their buildings that represented their school's diversity and grade levels. If a principal provided names of students, we went to that school and sat down with the students to hear their responses. So for the admin focus group, these are some of the themes that we identified. First, SROs are split between buildings, and they would like to see them be present more, however, they're often unavailable. Second, to improve perception of police in schools, so do things such as visit elementary schools, build mentor relationships, student police academies, etc. Third, SROs building great relationships with students and families works to our advantage as it helps mediate community disputes that spill over into our schools. And lastly, fear of SROs being removed, and there is an increase in violence as a result. For the teacher focus group, we identified several themes. The first one, the most common statement from the intermediate schools was that there is a need for an SRO in each intermediate building for a variety of reasons. Second, build strong and positive relationships with students. Third, SROs bring a sense of safety and security when they are present. 4, help administrators and student services with threat assessments. Having SROs in schools helps Beloit Police keep tabs of community issues. SROs are very supportive of teachers, support staff, and administration. There was fear that there would be a rise in violence in the buildings and a slower response time without SROs in those buildings. Ensure that SROs are trauma-sensitive trained. Would like to see the SROs attend staff meetings to ensure open and clear communication. And lastly, they would also like to see SROs come into classrooms more and speak and interact with students. And lastly, we had the student focus group themes that were identified. The first one, students feel safer knowing that there is an SRO around and think each intermediate school should have their own. Second, concerns if something violent happened and there is no SRO in their school. Third, the SRO could be more interactive with students, such as attend their lunches, play games with them at recess, and so on. The anti-police mindset is taught at home, and students spoke of wanting to have SROs be around kids when they are younger to help gain their own impressions early on in school. A few students spoke about SROs associating them with their family name, resulting in a negative interaction. It's important that they have an SRO who they can relate to. And lastly, overall, we heard a lot of positive relationships, building experiences and stories.
Okay, so we took the themes that we were hearing and collaborated with Chief Stiles, Lieutenant Elrod, and Sergeant Linder to begin the review process of the contract. From these meetings came the following recommendations for revisions. The first one is integrating the SROs into staff meetings and school-based professional development. This could look like taking advantage of school-based restorative practices training, nonviolent crisis intervention or de-escalation training, AODA training, and any other appropriate training programs. The second one was ensuring that NASRO-trained officers are present at district athletic and special events. The third is changing the contract language from a total number of workdays for the SROs to align it with the district calendar and student contact days. Seeking out additional outside training to ensure that the SROs understand and can support the advancement of the district's mission and vision. And then really looking at that feedback and adding an additional float SRO. This would not only allow us to get into the elementary buildings to start building those relationships at a younger age, but it would also address the concern at the intermediate level of not always having that equitable coverage when an SRO gets pulled to the other building. And then lastly, we just wanted to mention the future and ongoing initiatives we are working on in collaboration with the police department. And those are taking advantage of opportunities for our SROs to work with our school staff to ensure that they understand truly what the role of an SRO is in their building and what the goals of the program are. We're also looking at getting the Handle with Care program back up and running. And lastly, we'd like to see an increased collaboration of the SROs with district staff to check in consistently in order to reflect on the program and be proactive in our support for students and families. So we certainly appreciate being able to present to you tonight, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Could you describe the Handle with Care program, what that is?
Yep. So in a nutshell, if there's an incident at home or in the community with a student or with their family, perhaps domestic violence, something like that, the police department would communicate with a district staff member, handle the student with care, and an email would go out, handle with care, and no questions asked. We just know to be sensitive that something went on.
Thank you.
Can the department afford to have full-time officers in the different locations mentioned? In other words, a full-time officer in the high school, the two intermediate schools, and some of the elementary schools?
I think. I'm going to let Jamie speak to that.
Wearing an N95, so I'm going to take it off so it doesn't make anything distorted. Sergeant Jamie Linder, I'm the one who is the primary level overseer of our SRO program. I'm not a budget person, but when we look at our ability to collaborate, funding-wise, we already are in a position, just based on what we've had for the last contract, the ability to fund 3 SROs. Ms. Beavers and I, as well as both of our teams, have worked on how we would be able to incorporate and not only staff an additional float position that hopefully could augment into a full-time additional 4th position, but how we would be able to not only have the body, but be able to cover the funding. A few various ways we've looked at that is currently our 3 SROs, if you look through the MOU, are covered under like a blanket dollar amount that the school district funds. Something else we've looked at is more like our district event staffing, where it's basically paid for at an hourly funding. So it would be like, okay, we know we need an additional SRO because of X, Y, or Z. Can we come forward and be able to meet in the middle? I know something that I've mentioned to Chief Sales as well is when we do have something where we know it maybe crosses over into community, how we cover that in our budget as a police department to make sure that we're supporting the school because it is a part of the community at large. So I think there's ways that we can explore how we cover that, but we don't have a direct path to what that looks like right now. But in general, we would be able to find a way to cover what we need and wouldn't push something that we wouldn't be able to financially support.
I apologize. I used a bad choice of words. When I say afford, I didn't mean monetary. I meant, do you have the number of officers to be in our buildings on a full-time, school-time basis, considering
Our staffing?
your staff?
Yes, I think this
That's
is
what I
something that gives us a growth opportunity. I don't think it's something where tomorrow I could suddenly find 10 more cops and put them in buildings. I think that would be unrealistic. But I think opening up and realizing the needs of our students and the needs of our staff and the needs of our admin, it's certainly something that we can work on moving toward. I think it would be just like in your classrooms, if you all of a sudden needed 150 more teachers, it would be a growth program that we'd have to work toward. But I think it's something that now that we know it's important, we'd work to.
So I have a couple questions. Reading the MOU, it talks about like the end of year reports. What are some of the summaries or some of the just top line takeaways from like the last couple years of those reports?
So the end of year report is something that's written by each SRO. There is a subsection in the MOU which talks about what they need to cover. We've had some dynamic experiences in the last few years with our COVID protocols. We've had a few SROs who have ended their term as an SRO. We've had a few retire. So our goals historically have always been to better serve our students and better be supportive of our staff. We've tried very hard to work within COVID, which I think has made things dynamic. But overall, our arching goal is always to be the best version of ourselves that we can be to best support our students and our staff and our community at large.
Right. So from the administrator perspective, those reports have been turned in yearly?
Yes.
Not from the police, but even the school administrator reflection.
The reports are turned in by the SROs to the district.
Okay. So what level of collaboration or we're at contract renewal, but what kind of program evaluation has happened for our SRO program in the in-between years from the school district's perspective?
So the evaluation of the SRO officer is done in collaboration with the building administrator. So there is a collaborative effort in evaluating each SRO in the building. Am I getting?
Mr. Levy, are you speaking to the evaluation of the actual physical officer?
Or the
at
program.
large?
No, I don't mean who's evaluating the officer. I'm talking about like the relationship and the work that has gone forth in that year, like the administrators. One of the things that I'm gonna move a little bit faster because, so as a school person, and a school person who's worked in Beloit, and reading the current climate in our community, I think even my professional opinion, I've worked in schools, I understand the value of our resource officers are our community members. What people in schools have to not do is not abdicate their responsibility to be school administrators and be responsible for the school operation that they are charged with from this Board of Education. If I asked you to speak candidly, I would imagine there are some situations that officers could describe in different experiences where, like, school people can't take their heads off when emergencies happen in their buildings. I'm not suggesting that that has happened, but one of the things I'm saying is in this relationship, we have a responsibility in the school. The resource officer is a resource, but the policies, the procedures, the practices that need to happen in the district, those are district administrator responsibilities.
Correct.
The handling of certain things like basic student discipline, to go around the administrator, to get directly to the police officer, and I know that our officers work together with our administration, but those are other examples of behaviors and just interactions sometimes that happen that you don't want to put our school resource officers in places that, when we look at our MOU, that's not where they're designed to be. So I think that one thing for people to understand is that in some of the questioning that may come, or even from where some of the other board members are at, it's not that we don't value the relationship, but there are things that as we're working, we want to make sure that the school district is doing its part also. I'll say sitting on expulsion hearings, and as we hear some of the different discipline situations that have just taken place this year, we do understand, the dynamic nature of schooling and interactions of individuals. And so I think that's a space to understand where are we at. I think in our most recent community event, we have a sporting event, and then something happens outside that event. Like I said, it's our community. There's officers inside, there are people inside, but we still live in the community of Beloit. So that's that space where we're interacting. So the safety aspect and what makes people feel safe is important also. But I think that in some ways, our officers are here to serve us, and they've done a great job, but that's a lot of pressure to put on them in their role if we are not maintaining a climate of order and discipline for student learning to take place. That the thought that just because there's a police officer, something different is going to happen, because we can't abdicate and ask them to do certain things. So one of the questions I had, like, as an example, when you talk about, there's some different intersections in schools that I'm concerned about with law enforcement, like when we're handling students with special education who receive special education services, like when some of those students become dysregulated, there are different things that, without the training, the understanding of that student's IEP, what their behaviors may be, that how does that interaction govern? And that's a part of, like I said, the school district working. One of the things that I would say with the school resource officers that I've worked with in the past is most of the times in the school year, as an administrator, you're an adult and you have to have a good time working with kids, we're laughing, but then there are some days that a law enforcement officer and administrator have to really get down to police work and school work when situations turn. So some of the questions that we'll have, and when it comes out of committee and gets to the other board members, they'll be along that line of having that understanding. And I think that the other part, especially when you look at the recommendations, that our resource officers are every other day in our intermediates, that is, when we look at the MOU, we understand what the school district is providing, but, you know, we're talking about budgets. Is there also something that the city could provide to help us meet those differences? And we know that the police department is a part of the city and they have a budget, but also those are other conversations when we talk about collaboration with the city council and how things are set. So I just wanted to make sure that as we receive the first presentation, we'll have some follow-up questions later, that for our community, that there might have been a misunderstanding about where we're at, and even to have read the MOU and understand the things that are there. So there's just a couple things. I don't know if you got any more. All right. But, and then lastly, I think that another part in the conversation, because these are some things that kind of won't get brought up in conversation until we address them. When students say that they've had a negative experience or negative concern because they have a family name that was associated in a different way, you might not know it, but my last name is Levy. Now, you might know that guy named Kevin. He's my cousin. But, and there's a lady named Amy, she's my wife. It's funny because some people in the community think that's my sister. That's a little weird. But my name has not always been, hey, that's a school board member there. That's a city councilor. And so when those students say things like that, that's a real concern. Not that any officer has done anything on purpose, but it's Beloit. We all kind of know each other. There's different names. But that's a real concern, that even as we focus on safety, about how the students feel, do they feel comfortable? In light of, like I said, because I have history and I know our police chief, I know many of our officers, went to school and grew up with many of our officers, that's a different relationship that we have in Beloit. But there are people and there are reasons that people have fear of law enforcement. And I think that part of us as a school district, when we examine our own discipline policies and practices and the outcomes, that those are things that we have to also see. And I know that Chief Sales has addressed those types of things in the city and his mission too, and what he's trying to do. But that's the full conversation that we need to have when we're talking about the issue. What does it mean for our city? What does it mean for our schools together? Because like I said, I know like nonviolent, you know, like our MANT training, even if officers are trained, when officers go hands-on, it's a different thing. So
Right.
that idea that people might have about what can and what can't, I mean, you know, even to talk about escalation or use of force or that continuum, those are different things that people would need to understand like we have police officers in our buildings, this is what it means. Because sometimes there's some unmet expectations because people think that the officers are going to do things that are like, no, that's not what they do. And that's not what we've asked them to do. And then, like I said, there's some times that, you know, people not understanding their own policies and practices just leaves us in that space. So those are some other things to address, and I'll have more conversation with Dr. Kieser in between too, and when we come back to present it. Yeah.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Thank you. So as we talk through this is the first presentation. This will come back again next month on the 15th, and then with a formal request at that time to move a recommendation to the full board of the SRO MOU revisions for consideration and approval. And then if it moves out of committee, it'll go to the board that night as an action item.
So that was our one item for the evening. And like I said, there will be more conversation about that along the way. And now we're at our meeting close. Our next meeting date, I don't know if I'm logged in. The 15th. To see that one, yep. Our next meeting date is Tuesday, March 15th, 2022, at 5:30 PM. I think in between, we also have is our day the 13th for our community discussion.
Community listening session will be, yes, Sunday the 13th at 3 o'clock.
Right, so we also have a community listening session scheduled for Sunday, where this will also come up. We have received, we are receiving as board members email and constituent expressing their support for the program also, and staff. So all of that is coming, that public conversation that we've talked about is happening. So I'm looking for a move for adjournment.
So moved.
Moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
I was, oh, that was like an moment. Hi, I was just saying, well, we're going to get started and let President Levy jump in a moment. Is that okay with everybody? Is everybody good? All right, excellent. So good evening, everybody. It is 6:33 p.m. And at this time, I'd like to call our Human Resource Committee of a Whole to order. Ms. Dooley, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy. We know he's here. Megan Miller,
Present?
Joyce Ruff, Greg Schneider,
Present?
Allison Simro.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would accept a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Semrau, second by A. Levy to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 1D, approval of the minutes. Does anybody have any discussion, or would anybody like to make a motion to approve the minutes from February 1st, 2022?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Schneider, second by A. Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0 unanimously. All right, that takes us to item 2A. A motion at this time may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Schneider, second by Semrau. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Dooley, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Allison Simro,
Aye.
Joyce Ruff, Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Yeah, I would call his name.
Okay, Sean Levy, not present. Okay.
All right, thank you. It looks like motion passes 6-0. And at this time, for those watching, we're going to be convening into closed session, and we'll return when we're ready to conduct open session business. Thank you. Thank you so much all for coming. We're just coming out of closed session, and then we'll be resuming open session shortly. Really great to see everybody here tonight. Fantastic. All right, thank you very much for your patience. We are resuming open session of the Human Resource Committee meeting of the whole. And at this time, we are on agenda item 2C, which is the consideration of employment recommendations, exhibits A and B. Would any board members at this time like to make a motion on employment recommendations, exhibit A and or B?
Actually, I have open session questions.
I apologize. Please go ahead.
All right. My first question, I see that the athletic secretary is on leave. Do we have someone to fill in?
No, we do not. We actually have that position posted because we anticipate that to be a long-term replacement. So we're looking for a long-term person. We're filling with subs as we can get them.
Okay, thank you so much. And then on recommendation B, I see that the head spirit squad coach, the numbers line up, so that's always great. But that position is actually not on the matrix. There is cheer and dance, but if we could just amend, not an emergency, but I just want us to be accurate in our documentation, to add dance and spirit.
Will do.
And then I just wanted to confirm that mentors and buddies are unlimited, correct? We can issue as many of those. There's no per building cap.
Correct. It's limited by the number of new staff that we have.
Perfect. And it's originally $750. Thank you for including the prorated information. Just a question, is there a reason that mentors are being assigned so late in the year?
I knew I had asked that question. Yes, we are hiring new people as throughout the year, but I will get the definitive answer to see if these are all brand new people or if there were shifts which caused new people to be assigned.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much for those questions. Do any other board members have questions for exhibits A or B? Would anybody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, would like to make a motion to approve exhibit A, exhibit B, or both?
Both, please.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table by Schneider to approve exhibits A and B, seconded by Semrau. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously, which takes us then to item 3, I believe, right? Takes us to item 3A. Our next meeting date will be Tuesday, March 1st at 6:30 p.m. That is the next time the Human Resource Committee of the Whole will meet. At this time, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting of the whole, and then we'll go on to the regular business meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have motion by Schneider, second by Anderson to adjourn the Human Resource Committee. Any discussion? just thank everybody for the meeting tonight. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right. We have completed the Human Resource Committee meeting. Are we ready to begin the regular board business meeting? Would anybody like a brief recess? We're good? Awesome. All right, let me just pull the meeting up here real quick. Certainly. All right. At this time, it is 7:37, and I would like to call our regular board meeting to order. Before we begin, quick public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date, which is February 15th. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and any others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Ms. Julie, maybe please have a roll call for attendance, please.
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Joyce Ruff, Greg Snyder,
Present.
Allison Simmerl.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you so much. At this time, would any board member like to discuss or put a motion on the table to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by A. Levy, second by, is that Schneider? Awesome. All right, any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. At this time, I'm going to ask Board Member Levy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could all please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Board Member Levy. All right, that takes us to our consent agenda, which we bumped up earlier for this evening. Would anybody like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd like to remove approval of previously unapproved meeting minutes.
Okay, so we're removing item 2B. Is there anything else that anybody would like to remove from the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion to pass the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have motion by Schneider, second by Semrau. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor, then please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, that takes us then to item 2B, approval of a previously unapproved meeting minutes. Go ahead, Board Member Levy. Good. Did anybody else have any discussion items? Nope. Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the unapproved meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Schneider, second by Anderson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 6-0 to 1. Awesome. That takes us down to public comment, and I see we have a full house tonight. Is that, Ms. Julie, is everybody signed up for public comments?
We do. We have 2 that are in person and several that are emailed.
Awesome. All right, so I'm just gonna, oh, and you've updated the norms. Okay, oh, perfect. Okay, so let me jump down to that real quick. So I'm just gonna quickly read the norms for a public comment, and then we'll get started. We're gonna take the people in person here to comment first, and then we'll have Ms. Julie read the emails, if that's okay with everybody. Were any of the emails to extend time for anybody speaking in person, do we know? Okay, I just wanted to double check. Okay, so the norms for public comments during board meetings are as follows. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. And finally, the chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you so much for your participation and courtesy. May we have the first speaker, please?
First, we have Cecilia Ramirez of 2367 Robinson Drive in Beloit, speaking for Even Start.
Thank you so much.
So I can start anytime. So, good evening. My name is Cecilia Ramirez. My address is 2367 Robinson Drive in Beloit, Wisconsin. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of the Even Start program. Even Start program is not just a school. It is a community family-based program that has provided us with a safe and welcome learning atmosphere for many years, and we hope that this will continue to do so. I ask respectfully to the board and the administrators of the School District of Beloit to please put the decision to relocate the program on hold and reach out to the staff who are knowledgeable about Even Start, as not everyone is aware of this program, to make the decision on changing the location. Please reach out to the Even Start families to make them feel included in this decision. The place where it is now is a place well known by the Latino community, and people feel welcome and safe in this place. We have access to a large kitchen, and the parking lot is great. The proposed change will harm the program, and that is the least we want to happen. I want to mention how important this program has been for me and my family. We are very fortunate to have had the opportunity to be part of this program due to the great benefits we have been able to obtain over the years. I learned the language, which, let me tell you, that was not easy at all. Thanks to Even Start, I got my GED, did my CNA course, and I have been able to serve people in the community for many years. I have been a representative in the community, and I have been able to communicate with the different organizations from which not only I benefit, but I also the people in the community. I learned to be a Girl Scout leader. My children and I have been part of the Even Start dance group for many years. My children have very good learning opportunities thanks to the fact that they were prepared from the beginning of their school life. They were able to graduate from high school and continue with their higher education. My daughter graduated from the high school with honors and obtained a full ride to UW Medicine, where he obtained a bachelor's in science in 2020. Right now, my youngest daughter is enrolled in the 4K class, and she is doing a wonderful job. Thank you to their staff and the great coordinator that we have. So please, I ask to reconsider this decision. And the students also have made a petition and collect some signatures that I will like to provide.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for coming to speak this evening, Ms. Ramirez. Is there another speaker here?
Yes, we have Cindy Lobby of 1835 Garfield Avenue of Beloit, also speaking for Even Start.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Lobby. I live at 1835 Garfield in Beloit, and I am the coordinator of the Beloit Even Start Family Literacy Program, which currently is located at Brother Dutton School. Brother Dutton is the heart and hub of the Latino community in Beloit. Not only does Brother Dutton provide 7 Even Start classrooms for early childhood and adult English as a second language class for Latino immigrant families, Brother Dutton is also home to the Mexican dance troupe, Latino soccer leagues, Latino basketball teams, and other cultural gatherings and events. With its full school building, gymnasium, kitchen and parish hall, large parking lot, Even Start's current home at Brother Dutton provides the ideal location to serve the many Latino families who rely on its services. Serving primarily recent immigrants, Even Start provides a safe space for the newest members of the Beloit community, and we have the staff to support their understanding of the U.S. education and immigration systems, as well as other social services and structures. Whether from Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, immigrant families and their children come to be among other immigrants who share the Spanish language. Due to their strong Catholic faith, they feel safe at Brother Dutton, which enhances their willingness to come to school, learn English, and start transitioning into life in Beloit. Okay, uprooting Even Start from its home for the past 10 years would negatively influence the entire Latino community in Beloit, particularly the immigrants who rely on this safe haven as they seek to thrive and call Beloit their home. Moving Even Start into another school building would greatly reduce the incredibly positive influence that the program has had on Beloit's Latino and immigrant community for the past 31 years. We should stay where we are, where infants, toddlers, young children, and their parents have their own safe space to grow, develop, and begin learning in the school district of Beloit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lobby. All right, nobody else present wishing to speak? All right, with that said, would you like to go ahead, Ms. Dooley, with our email?
Yes, the first one we have is from Christy Jones, who writes, "To whom it may concern, I am writing to urge the Board of Education to fully support the Even Start Family Literacy Program and to keep Even Start in its current West Side location. I write as a BMHS alum, a former Even Start volunteer and staff member, and a former SDB classroom teacher. Even Start has a strong track record of educating and supporting families, offering learning opportunities for parents and children. As a public health professional, I know the importance of nurturing families with young children and connecting them to community services. Even Start does this and does it well. Currently, Even Start is thriving in its West Side location. Before making any plans to move the program, district administration and the board should ask Even Start staff and families for input and then act on this input. Arthur Chan said that diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, belonging is an outcome. It's a fact that Beloit is wonderfully diverse with a growing Latinx population. District administration and the board have the chance to make the equitable choice and to take the inclusive action to keep Even Start in its West Side location. The outcome will be that Even Start Latinx families will have a special place where they can feel like they belong. Sincerely, Christy Jones, MPH, Madison, Wisconsin."
Thank you so much, Ms. Jones, and thank you, Ms. Dooley, for reading her message. You want to go on to the next one?
Okay, next we have an email from and I apologize if I say this name incorrectly, Nayli Areola, who writes, Even Start was such a big part of my life as a child that affects me even now. I'm still friends with the kids I went to Even Start with, and so is Miss Cindy. She does a great job keeping in touch with the families that participated in the program and knows us personally. We tell her what's going on in our lives when we see her, and I imagine it's the same for those who currently participate. If families say they won't be able to continue going to Even Start if the location was moved because it was too far away or they wouldn't feel safe, Miss Cindy would know. And it would be a tragedy to sever the lifelong friendships the children could otherwise have with each other if the program had stayed at Brother Dutton.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Ariola, and thank you very much, Ms. Dooley. Do you have another one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we have an email from Betty Carr on school resource officers. And Ms. Carr writes, Dear Mr. Levy and School District of Beloit Board of Education, the League of Women Voters of Beloit is writing in regard to the school resource officers, quote, in parentheses, SRO. The League of Women Voters of Beloit supports officers in the schools, but also supports funding that increases school counselors, social workers, and other student service positions. Especially after the last 2 years of pandemic isolation, students are in need of as much support both physically and mentally as possible. The School District of Beloit, as well as other districts, will be faced with many budgetary issues in the next few years. Our hope is that the students' welfare will be the focus of the decision-making. Sincerely, Betty Carr, League of Women Voters of Beloit Board, 1732 Oakwood Avenue, Beloit, Wisconsin.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carr, and thank you, Ms. Dooley. Do you have another one? Okay.
Yes. Next, we have one from Carrie Lynn Guevara, who writes, Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Lynn Guevara, and I graduated from Beloit Memorial High School last year. I was a part of the Even Start program when I was younger, but the supportive community that exists there has kept me coming back. I am one of the countless youth whose lives have been touched by this amazing program and the thriving community that is found there. Having a physical space where we could come together helped foster that community and is the main reason it should be kept where it is currently located. Even Start staff and families know how well this program is working. We see the benefits in our community, and it's crucial that our input is taken into consideration before decisions such as relocation are made. Even Start is one of Beloit's best resources and holds one of its most united communities. Making changes to a program that has brought so much good to Beloit without the input of those most affected won't bring any positive change to our community. Thank you, Carolyn Rivera.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Dooley. Do you have another one?
Yes, next we have one that reads as follows. To whom it may concern, my name is Gennaro Espinoza Verduzco, and I live at 2289 Stayborn Drive in Beloit. I am writing to you today in regards to the moving of the Even Start Family Literacy Program. I am very concerned with this move for many reasons. The program is an amazing program that is thriving in this community. It has helped so many people in so many ways. This program is unique and unlike any other we have in the area. It is a school that focuses on Hispanic families, offering them so many resources, classes, and opportunities to succeed in this community and world. I have been an adult student at Even Start, so I know firsthand how much it helps their participants. My children have attended Even Start and are now thriving in DLI classes in the school districts of Beloit. Their success in school goes back to the positive start they received attending Even Start early childhood classes. So my question is, why move it to another location? Brother Dutton is a Catholic church, which is a large part of Hispanic culture. The church offers a sense of safety. Many of these families do not speak English. They come to Brother Dutton because it is a safe and welcoming place. They feel comfortable here. They know this is a place that is safe for their families. I fear that moving this program to a different location, a larger, much busier location, will cause enrollment to drop. A program that is growing by the day will most likely see a drop in numbers, which would be so unfortunate. These are breastfeeding mothers who have a safe place to do this at Brother Dutton. There are babies and toddlers who do not belong in a large school setting. The Brother Dutton setting is perfect for these children to succeed in their first school experience. I am asking that you talk to the families and staff of Even Start and ask how they feel about this move. You need to take into consideration how this move will impact the people that it is going to affect. It is a very small price to pay for supporting the Hispanic families in the school district of Beloit and this community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have another one, Ms. Dooley?
Last but not least, we have a message from Susan Adams of 703 Milwaukee Road, Beloit, Wisconsin. And she writes, in January, Deb Fallon and I wrote to you about the good job Even Start is doing, recruiting concerns, and the fact that you are using adult students, sometimes taking them out of their classes so that they can do the district's job in serving as free paraprofessional in caring for the babies and toddlers. And finally, about rumors we'd been hearing from the school district would be moving Even Start. I thank the president of the school board for reaching out about this issue, but there has been no response from administration. I understand this is not standard practice. Maybe it needs to change. I am glad that after my letter, they finally updated the website to include current teachers and staff. I don't think it should have taken 2 such letters to get the update. It just feels like the district doesn't truly support the program as it should. I substituted at Even Start in January and saw firsthand again the great work that is going on there. At that time, I asked the adult students in that class how they had found out about Even Start. All but one had heard word of mouth. No one had heard from the school district when registering their children. Another missed opportunity, lack of recruitment. Now we have other districts and Lincoln Academy actively recruiting here, but our own district misses free opportunities to recruit. I found out late last week that there is indeed a plan to move to Merrill School, which we believe does not have even enough parking, let alone the 8 classrooms that Even Start is now using at Brother Dutton. I am most concerned about the secretive method in which this move is being done. One would think that some market research would have been done, that you would ask those in the program what they like best, what more is needed, or what they like, and involve those families in discussions and seek information before making decisions. Yet, this has been truly a top-down decision with no input, frontline staff, and families. This is not at all the family engagement process the district claims to be promoting. It's not good for community building. When were mid or top level administrators even planning on actually coming and discussing with the families why this move is necessary or beneficial for families? Why move the program clear across town away from the Latinx hub where most families live? Where is the adequate parking? Are there the 7 rooms or 8 that were used pre-COVID? Sincerely, Susan E. Adams.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Adams. Are there any other public comments this evening?
That completes the emails.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody who submitted a public comment, and it's great to see the boardroom full. So thank you all for coming. Okie dokie. So if we are done with public comment, then that takes us to item 4, which is reports to the board. First, we have our student board member report.
think that she's present
But
today.
it looks like she's, okay, so we will circle back at another time to our student board member report, which then brings us to Dr. Kieser's report.
Thank you, Board President Miller. So as part of the superintendent's update, I have planned to talk a bit about budget, but in light of the conversations around Even Start, I want to take a few moments to address the board and the community and our guests here in terms of the concern around Even Start. I too, and I appreciate the signs for Even Start. Since I came here, I have been to Even Start, and I have been in the classrooms, and I have talked to the staff, and I have heard the hopes and dreams in terms of wanting to expand Even Start. We've had 30 years, 3 decades of Even Start, and the next 3 decades is about how do we expand Even Start. Even Start has, and we have heard, talked about being community and family and supporting families. And 11 years ago, there was a difficult decision to move out of the Roosevelt building across town to Brother Dutton. And once again, we're in the same position where we are looking at the next decades and how do we best serve our families moving forward. And moving to Merrill Elementary School does provide the resources that take us to that next decade. It does allow us the opportunity to free up our coordinator, who has done a wonderful job of serving families and going out into the community and doing exactly what she does best, which is connecting with families. Our classrooms at Merrill will be on par or better than where we are. We currently have enjoyed, with Brother Dutton, 5 classrooms that we've contracted with, and that we will be expanding those on into Merrill with all of our resources, including our full service student services team, including a counselor, social worker, school psychologist, bilingual homeschool liaison, front office staff, an administrator and the principal at Merrill to oversee the day-to-day pieces, as well as everything that we've come to enjoy from our Even Start families. The executive director of teaching and learning has been in contact with Ms. Lobby in coordinating when she's going to be talking with families, and I know that Mr. Duran is going to be working with Todos Unidos in terms of family engagements. And I know that the staff have been in front of Ms. Moratek at least twice that I am aware of in this year. This decision has been delayed already a year in preparation for making this move and looking at the expansion of Even Start. Even Start staff who are here this year will be the Even Start staff that we will have next year. And our hope and our desire is to grow that Even Start as families enroll and as we have the ability to work with Black Hawk Tech in expanding our resources. We are currently only serving ESL services to our families. We are actively writing grants to take staff that are currently working at Black Hawk Tech at the Beloit Public Library and be able to move them to Merrill Elementary so that we can expand into GED options, as well as accessing all of the other options that Black Hawk Tech has. Moving over to the Merrill Elementary School accesses 100% of our technology in the fact that all of Black Hawk Tech classes are simulcasted. So if there are families who want to explore other options beyond the ESL and GED services, we'll have those opportunities. And with the Merrill Community Center and Community Action being in the neighborhood as well, there is also the opportunity to engage in bringing those resources. Indeed, Merrill Elementary School will become our first proof of concept in a community schools concept, where truly the community and the school become one and the same. This is not about diminishing, dismissing, or reducing any services. This is all about maintaining, growing, and expanding our services within Even Start. We've had a long history and a proud history of Even Start, and it has brought richness to our diverse community. And it makes absolute sense for us to look at ways that we can maximize those resources and increase upon those resources. So I know it was a tough decision 11 years ago, and it's a tough decision today to hear that we are moving into a school. But with that move comes a whole lot of additional support and resources that currently are limited at Brother Dutton and to the Even Start program. So I'm making this assurance to all of you who are here tonight and all that are listening, and to the Board of Education. What we have here this year with Even Start is what we will have next year with Even Start, and we hope that at the end of next year, we'll be adding to the Even Start program through the work that we are doing together. So I wanted to make that statement prior to jumping into the budgetary pieces. I'll speak a little bit about the budgetary pieces and some of the staffing, and then I'll open it up for any board members who have questions. So, separate from the conversation with Even Start, because I don't want this to be tied to the conversation that we are having about budget, but I did make a promise to the board a long time ago when we were talking about planning that in the end of February, we would be bringing, or I would be bringing to the board some information about budget and budget reductions. We have been through a situation in which we've had listening sessions with administrators, with the BEA, and with the board around how do we address our budget. And in that list, in summary, we had this brainstorm. This brainstorm talks about everything from allocations to departments and buildings, cost of living adjustments, open enrollment, staffing, utilization of facilities, contracted services, volunteers and intern usage, and review of annual costs with utilities. We are also brainstorming things around longevity proposals, both the BEAs as well as the districts, as well as trips and tours, making sure that we don't lose out on additional opportunities that we want to promote within the districts, such as the Rising Knights, essentially Arlington, and Scotland, as well as our opportunities to diversify our staff using recruiting trips to HBCUs, DLI, and others. There's also been conversations about an executive director of diversity, equity, inclusion, family engagements, transportations, and compensation studies, which I'm happy to say I just had a conversation with Evergreen Solutions this afternoon, and they are going to have a couple of meetings in the next 2 weeks and are hoping to provide the administration with some recommendations that then I will bring to the board on how to address our compensation philosophy and strategy moving forward, as well as how we can address internal expenditures. One thing that I do want to make note of, and this was a conversation that we had, and Ms. LaPointe had made a mention of this at the business committee meeting. The governor's aid of a little over $870,000, we have earmarked and applied to this year's budget deficit already. So that money, unexpected, we applied directly to that approved budget that the board made back in October. So that is already revenue that has helped reduce that overall budget deficit. So that brainstorming list really kind of encompasses everything and the kitchen sink per se, but I've reformatted it into kind of 4 buckets, and it's really 3 buckets. Those budgetary items that we can address in the short term, meaning that they can be planned for and implemented relatively quickly, and they can have an impact both now and moving forward. Moderate or midterm type items, these will take some planning with some groups and teams, and will take effect, and those savings will be realized probably beginning next year. And then we have those long-term items. These have significant planning and require significant amount of stakeholder input. And these will be a minimum of a year conversation out and will not be realized for probably years past that. And then the purple box in the bottom corner, potential revenue generating items. Any and all of these things, if they yield additional student enrollment, which is an increase in our revenue, that will automatically reduce the budget. So that purple box is always going in the back of our mind. It's always ways of how do we increase revenue within our community or within our district. What I'm proposing for and would like feedback from the board tonight is I'm not proposing going to the long term. I think having a conversation about the utilization of our facilities, while an interesting and relevant conversation, is best suited for a longer term process and something that we would talk about after we plan for next year. I'm focusing in on the short-term and moderate-term items. So those things, starting with the short-term items, looking at our allocations to district departments and building budget allocations, having conversations with the BEA around cost of living adjustments. We know that there's a lot of information about CPI, and we have a commitment in place with the BEA going into our 3rd year of some commitments to the teaching staff. Having the conversation with the BEA, I feel there is opportunities for us to realize some savings and then make that proposal moving forward. Looking at our open positions, these are FTEs that are currently not filled, and reducing there has an impact on the overall budget, because these are monies that we are currently budgeting for within our budget model, but then could be realized savings without having to do any sort of reduction in force. And then lastly, but not least, is looking at our staffing levels. We are going into March. March is when we have our staffing meetings, and if we do the things above it, we can hopefully minimize the budget deficit, which will have a direct impact on staffing levels. Moderately, at the same time, in that yellow, looking at our annual costs, looking at our utilities and sustainability. I just had some great information that was shared with me this morning about solar energy and potential investments and savings that could be realized there. Looking at our benefit options, before Ms. Armstrong left, she reached out to Tricor and engaged them in conversations, and the BEA has been looped in on those conversations, as well as looking at all of our contracted services and our transportation, and how do we realize, if any, amount of savings within that. If we do these things in the green and the yellow boxes here, I feel that we won't get all of the way there for next year, and that really isn't the intent. If we can get to over 50% of the way there in 1 year's time, or actually in less than 1 year's time, we then set ourselves up well going into the next 22-23 school year, and have a conversation about how do we continue examining these things, and how do we continue to make adjustments in all of these areas over the second year, and try to get to a balanced budget over a 2-year cycle. That both gives time, space, and reduces the adverse impact that budget reduction conversations have on overall climate. And it also gives time, space for the board to look at its options that are available in addressing and coming up with a long-term budget strategy moving forward in conjunction with myself and the business team. So as we go through this, all of this flows together. Making some decisions tonight and giving some feedback tonight on, are there areas that I should consider more than others, or are there areas that I should consider less than others, will help me drive to a point that a month from now, when I have staffing meetings, will impact how much of our staff can we afford to have for the next year. And again, the goal ideally would be to get to a balanced budget. But $10 million, I'll just be very frank and honest to everyone, is not something that typically can be done without some very steep measures. And I feel that we've had a very good history of approving deficit budgets and still making up for that with fiscal responsibility. So I don't want to discount that work. But we will have to start looking at our staffing a little bit differently and bring it more in alignment with our student population. That will also give the board time to have its conversations, and based on those conversations, to put some certain things into place moving forward. As we mentioned, we were intentional about not bringing ESSER funds into the budget conversation. We did that for two intentional purposes. One, to be very honest and open to the board and to the community as to where we are, and to say that ESSER is not, while it may have been intended by some in our state to be the budgetary fix due to a lack of funding at the state level, it is not a fiscally responsible way of doing this, because what it does is it artificially creates a financial cliff a year or 2 or 3 years out that then becomes something that we don't want to do if we can avoid it by having conversations now. But to know that the ESSER conversations are happening alongside these conversations and help to reduce that and is part of our budget strategy. And all of this is in service to that future goal of having a strategic plan moving forward. We have flyers out. We have our website out. We are having listening sessions next Monday and Tuesday. Those sessions are geared towards future planning and not current issues. We will be collecting the stories, and we want people to bring their lived experiences so that we can capture those lived experiences in service of future visioning. And all of those stories will be part of the strategic design team, which will start, we're finalizing those dates, but we'll probably start right after spring break, with the hopes and desires to bring to the board a draft in June, early to mid-June, so that we can have an approval by July and have next year start with a strategic plan in place. That strategic plan becomes our North Star and a driving force, encapsulating not only the board's beliefs, but the community's beliefs around how we should be running the district moving forward, which does backwards flow into budget strategy, staffing strategy, instructional strategy, and so forth. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that summer school is well on its way. We are looking at launching registration on April 20th with 2 3-week sessions at all of our levels, beginning June 21st, which is a Tuesday. And the reason why it's not Monday, June 20th is because Juneteenth is a Sunday. So district observes holidays on Sundays on the following Monday. So summer school will launch on the 22nd and then continue through July 29th, having off July 1st and July 4th. So with that, I will open it up for questions, comments, and my hope is that I get consensus from the board as to is my budget approach comfortable to the board in terms of looking at the green and yellow boxes simultaneously and trying to work every avenue that we can to lessen the impact that we have on staffing levels when we get to that point in the process in March.
All right, thank you. It feels like there was a lot of information. I'm going to just jump back to this other screen here. And your presentation as well as your comments on Even Start. So just because I think there are kind of a lot of issues going on right now, are we all okay if chronologically, could we start with Even Start and then get into the budget, or is everybody okay with that? Or does anybody have like burning budget question they have to get out right now, or we're going to lose it? Okay. So I do know that 2 board members had submitted some questions ahead of time. So I'm going to start. Board Member Schneider, did you have anything that you wanted to begin with?
And I tried to address many of those questions in my
Yeah, and that's
conversation.
why I appreciate that very much. So I just wanted to check in. I did just want to mention too, because I just saw this fly by my email. It looks like there was somebody who tried to submit a public comment, but they sent it to the board. So I will just, I know we've passed our public comment time, but I just want to acknowledge that we did receive, it just went to the wrong place. So Ms. Dooley didn't have access to it to read it. So
impact something that's very important to them. That concerns me. They seem like they're very passionate about where they're at. And I understand that sometimes there's a need for new things and change, but I feel like they should have been involved somewhat in that decision. That's concerning to me. I feel like that was a missed opportunity for community engagement.
And I appreciate the feedback, and I've shared as emails have come in, and I know Ms. Moratek, there's a group that has reached out to me. Unfortunately, I am not able to meet this week with them, but Ms. Moratek has made herself available to groups to meet and answer questions as well. And I'm working on scheduling a time with that same group at a later date. But yes, I forwarded all of that information on to Ms. Moratek and Ms. Elliott as well, so that we can wrap back around.
Thank you.
all right, thank you very much. Do any other board members? Oh, go ahead, please, Vice President Levy.
So for me, I know I've been following the issue as it has been developing, but I am still at a loss. Why is this move necessary? Why I can't say necessitated. There it is.
Absolutely.
What brought this issue to bear here?
So when I first came here and doing a tour of the district and got to see all of the schools and hear about all of our programs and hear about things like Even Start and Head Start and so forth, I know that some of the concerns that were raised to me early on were issues of accessibility, the access to needing to update and upgrade the facilities at Brother Dutton. Currently, staff and students use the same restroom facilities. We've had to put together some workarounds in order to address some needs there. We had some technology issues in terms of the computers in the computer labs. Even though we were supplying the cost for the internet, they are not on our district's internet capabilities, which had some limitations. I had heard from Even Start and from Black Hawk Tech that reduction in services. They used to have GED and ESL classes, and now they are just doing ESL classes, and had reduced staff out to that. And so keeping all of that in mind and always looking for innovative ways in order to address our needs and expand our resources, I'm always keeping open to ideas and looking for, you never know where those good ideas are going to come from. So I brought that to Miss Elliott and shared that when I was out at Even Start, as well as the concern that, without an administrator on site full time, the coordinator is left also being the person in charge of the building and not being able to always go out and support like the coordinator could have done when it was even at Roosevelt at the district office, where there were several administrators that could step in when the coordinator wanted to go out and go to a community session, go to a church, go to an event and meet with families wherever they were. When the opportunity came about in looking at how might we remedy these things, we looked at multiple options. One option was schools on the west side. Unfortunately, all of the schools on the west side are filled. They do not have the capacity to have the same number of classrooms and the same level of resources because we would have to consolidate rooms. And you can't consolidate rooms with a two generational model. We have to have classrooms for parents, we have to have classrooms for our infants, and we have to have classrooms for our 4Kers. So when we looked at it, so if schools on the west side weren't there, what about schools over on the east side? Merrill became one of those options. Like I said, this decision's already been delayed 1 year. There was conversations at the spring of last year about moving this forward, and we felt at that time that that decision was being too rushed because it was coming in late spring, and we communicated that that decision was being postponed but still being looked at for this year. As it turns out, in exploring that and working with Black Hawk Tech and working with Community Action and the Merrill Community Center, it turned out that other things fell into place. Things that fell into place were that Black Hawk Tech had already invested heavily at creating a satellite campus at the Beloit Public Library. Moving staff from the Beloit Public Library across town to teach GED classes was something that could be explored, but became almost a non-issue when it was going to be 2 blocks down the road. In addition, since that time, in talking with Black Hawk Tech, Ms. Moratek and Dr. Snow had been in conversations about additional grants that could be written in conjunction with the school district to add additional services. Being on our Wi-Fi allows the opportunity for full access to our simulcast options, so that if Black Hawk Tech courses were appealing to our families outside of GED and ESL services, those would now be an opportunity. In addition, the third piece that has fallen into place is, as a two-generational model, currently families have to remain on site. So we've had to say no to district families who wanted to participate in an Even Start model because of the two-generational model. However, in order for us to create a parallel 3K program that is outside of the two-generational model, we would need to facilitate having, becoming a daycare center. And currently, Todd Elementary School is the only district that has that because of some of its after-school care with Head Start. However, with Merrill Community Center and Community Action, there's the opportunity that we are exploring of creating and expanding Even Start into a dual track model where there would be a district option, which would open up the opportunity for district staff to participate. So our hourly staff who can't afford to not work but would like to participate in an Even Start opportunity potentially don't have to be said no to anymore, and we could expand those services. And as I said, talking with Ms. Herford has already mentioned to me in a conversation that she knows of families who would be interested in a two-generational model if GED, they don't necessarily need the ESL services, but they do have an interest in the GED and other services that Black Hawk Tech could offer. So all of that in total creates an opportunity that we could actually create what I call a proof of concept community schools model, in which here we are as a district with a program creating a situation in which the school district and the community resources are now coexisting in a facility that the district owns and runs, and has the upside of taking everything that is Even Start and adding to it and not taking away from it. That's the reason why the decision was made to move to Merrill. It wasn't because of the perception that we wanted to detract from, but it was a case that we looked at options, and when the option presented itself for a move, some of these other things came as a result of those explorations.
I just have a quick follow-up question. So if they have the same access and amount of space and you are working on preparing the space for them, will there be space for these expansions? And is there space for the parking for these people? Is there enough room there for them, is what I'm asking.
Yes, so transportation is certainly a concern. There is ample parking. If all you look at is the parking lot, it'll be tight. I mean, there's 50 stalls at that, but there is no hourly parking all the way around there, including there are staff. And when I generally go over to Merrill, there are times where I just park on the street. There is a bus stop right across the street from Merrill, and I know that at Brother Dutton, it is almost literally right across the street. So those pieces have been looked at. So yes, from my view of the situation, there is ample parking in and around that.
So I have a couple questions. I'll start with, we can thank George Bernard Shaw. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it took place. I'm just concerned that there seems to be a gap between the administration telling us, and I'm paraphrasing, I want to be clear about that over-communication may have happened, and the community voicing to us that little to no communication has happened. So that's very concerning for me. As far as parking, personally, I don't believe there's ample parking at Merrill. Yes, you can say you can park on the street, but has the city been consulted with street parking and congestion, and there's a snow plow and plowing So that's a concern with mine. Has the city been brought in for this additional street parking? And then have families that are currently at Brother Dutton expressed to us concerns about transportation being a barrier, daily transportation, getting from previously going to Brother Dutton, now coming to Merrill. And then I just wanted to reiterate, there are at least 8 dedicated classrooms for the Even Start program at Merrill. Is that accurate?
There are, I haven't counted them. I was there with Miss Board Member Anderson. I can't say exactly how many, but I know that there are more than what we are contracting. If we are using 8 classrooms, we are in breach of our contract with Brother Dutton. We are only contracting with 5, so we should only be using 5.
Okay, I understand that may be the case.
Right.
But if the current programming is telling us that we're utilizing 8 rooms, my question, just for clarification, are there 8 dedicated rooms at Merrill that will be for the Even Start program?
Again, I don't recall all the classrooms that when I was there just the other day to answer that, but I can check on that.
Thank you so much. And if I heard you correctly, that we may be expanding into childcare at Merrill in some way attached to the Even Start program that district staff can take advantage of. So we're not sure if we have the 8 rooms, but we will also have additional rooms for childcare that staff can take part in. Did I hear you correctly?
For the child care, in order for us not to have the child care licensure, the 2-generational model means that the parents have to remain on site. We cannot have a parent drop their 3-year-old off and then go do a job. They have to remain on site in order for us not to be considered a child care facility. However, if we do have the licensure and a full-time staff member there, then we can actually blend those 2 and expand the program that way. So the servicing for the child and the servicing for the adults are 2 separate educational tracks, if that makes sense. Maybe not.
No, you're fine. It does. So my question is, we are unclear on whether or not we have 8 dedicated rooms, which is what we are hearing is currently being used, aside from what the arrangement is, and it might be 5, et cetera. And there is discussion of expanding beyond the 8 rooms to include additional childcare rooms. And we have space for all of that at Merrill.
We have adequate space dedicated for Even Start as it currently exists, and we are exploring the options. I'm not saying that that's set in stone and that it's finalized. We have to make sure that we can do that. I'm just saying these are the conversations, future planning that we're looking at for Merrill.
Okay, so if you could get back to us on that information, that would be really great. And it may be easier to just list the excess space that is at Merrill that will accommodate the Even Start program and potentially, I know you're not committed to it, but exploring it, this child care program as well. The parking, I'm not sold. That's just me. I don't think there's enough parking, and I'm concerned that we may not have enough dedicated space. So if you could confirm that, I would be appreciative. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you. Do other board members have questions? Go ahead, Vice President Levy, then Board Member Schneider, or Board Member Schneider, then Vice President Levy. Go ahead.
When I visited Even Start, they are currently using 7 classrooms. They had the 8th one before COVID started with the adult classes, but since numbers came down because of COVID, they're now only using 7 classrooms there. They are using those classrooms with the permission from Father John from the church that owns the property. So they have permission to be in those rooms, even if it's not written specifically into the contract.
Just want to kind of, maybe state something that's obvious, but this is also a cultural issue for us in Beloit. And I think that if we kind of miss that, I'm not saying anyone has, but I'm just going to call out something I'm kind of seeing. I participated in Even Start in the 90s. And at that time, in the early 90s, when it first started, it was not predominantly Hispanic. And even in then, as participating with my mother and my brothers in Even Start, to begin to see the transition. I'm very proud to, as a board member, to see the community turnout because it's something that the district has that has been valued by that community. Even Start is not an exclusively ESL or Hispanic serving program, but if you think about our history and culture, it has become a space, a trusted space in our community where our Hispanic population, where our new immigrant population is settling into the district and the community, and it is benefiting them. I think that when we have a turnout like we've had tonight, whatever plans we have made, and I'm sure that, you know, the reasoning and rationale are there, but this cultural issue that we're seeing is something else to take into account. Because, you know, and we're at a time different things will come up, but based on what we've seen, that has to factor some way as we continue to work with what the needs are and how the rollout is going to finish.
Thank you. Does anybody else have additional comments? Go ahead, Board Member Anderson.
So they currently use Brother Dutton to host community events, correct? So are we going to allow them to host community events out of Merrill?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, because I kind of think I already know what the answer is going to be for this, but so they're allowed to use the kitchens at Brother Dutton to help host these events, correct?
Correct.
Will Airmark allow them to use the kitchens?
They'll have
Merrill?
access to the kitchens.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure.
I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Is there a reason other groups don't have access to our kitchens then? Is there like an exemption for Even Start to have access to the kitchens for events? I know like Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, etc. It was don't go in the kitchen, don't use anything in the kitchen, don't even look in the kitchen as you walk by. So I'm just is there an exemption that some groups have? How is there now wiggle room of who can access and freely use the kitchen? Because I'm with Board Member Anderson. And I would love to be wrong. That has not been my understanding or my practical experience as a parent.
So let me ask the clarifying questions because maybe I misunderstood the question. Are you asking, do they have access to the kitchen for their programming or do they have access to the kitchen for their community events?
Either. So for example, if right now get back to me, I totally get if you don't know this right now, and that's fine. If as a participant in the Even Start program at Brother Dutton, I can go in the kitchen and cook a meal for the group that I'm working with, either during the day for the program and a community event, will that translate once they get to Merrill? Can they go in the kitchen at Merrill and cook a meal either during the day or for the event? Because I'm thinking, my gut is the answer is no, and I would love to be wrong. So if you could find that out, that would be great.
All right.
Other questions on the subject of Even Start before we move on to the budget? We're on the agenda item of the superintendent's report, and this is part of the superintendent's report. So yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Sure. I mean, it's up to you. People at home won't be able to hear you unless you use the mic, certainly. Yeah, you got the red light, you're good.
Hi, my name is Laura Williams, and I live at 2056 South Madison Road, Beloit, Wisconsin. I am an Even Start employee. And from what I'm hearing tonight, some of the things I have concerns about. So first off, I'd like to address the 3K, because I am the 3K teacher there. So it is not a daycare. I teach the children. I teach them how to write. I teach them how to spell. I teach them ABCs, et cetera, et cetera. It is not a daycare. It is a school. It is a classroom. So when you mentioned, Dr. Keyser, that you're going to have after-school program with 3K and 3K, it just sounded to me like it was going to become a daycare that's not what we do there at Even Start. Even in the 2K room, they are teaching the children lessons. It is not a daycare. So we are a school. Again, I must reiterate the convenience for the families there. Many of them live right across the street. So by moving to Merrill, you're taking that convenience away from them. Many of them can walk down the street and bring their kids there, and they do stay and they do go to classes because they are doing adult learning for English. You take that away from them or you put them on the bus, how many parents are going to get on the bus with the 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a baby and travel across town? Are we going to give them tokens, free tokens to ride the bus? I don't think that's going to happen. To me, isn't that a cost to the school district to give free tokens for the whole family to ride the bus? And as far as the parking lot, it is ample room for the staff, ample room for the parents, and sometimes we have other events going on that there's ample room there to park. As it was mentioned by Ms. Levy, there is not ample room for parents to come and for, it will just not be enough for staff, plus the Merrill staff, plus the Even Start staff, plus the families. What family member is going to want to park on the street and walk across the street? I've been to Merrill. And while it's okay for me to cross the street, but with a mother who has the infant, the 2-year-old, the 3-year-old, and some of these parents have kids in all these grades. That's not a convenience. That is a hassle. And I think also it was brought up that the community did not know about this. In fact, most of them found out within probably just a few days ago that this is happening. Nowhere has it been discussed with these family members until now. I can understand why they all got up and left before the end of the meeting. They're upset. And I'm upset that they did not know about this. That is not okay to do to families. I think for the most part, we know what's going on in the school district. I am a parent. I have had 2 daughters throughout the school district in Beloit. And I think for the most part, I know what's going on because of the emails, because of the phone calls. And I'll tell you, sometimes it seems like a lot. But I wonder, are we including the Hispanic families? Now, this is funny. I get letters in Spanish all the time. I am a little bit bilingual, but I am not Hispanic. So are we communicating with our Hispanic families enough? I wonder. I don't think we are. Because look at all these people that left tonight after what they heard. They are disappointed. They are discouraged, and they feel that you have let them all down. They should have been brought in a long time ago. This should not have been a secret. This is about their families. This is about their children, and they have been let down tremendously, I believe. Yes, I understand that the move might be necessary financially, but did anybody tell these families? No. I think most of the discussion was between 3 people. And it was not brought out until tonight for these family members. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your comments. All right, so do other board members, or I'm sorry, Dr. Keyser, are you good? Okay, did other board members have anything else to add? I know this is a high interest topic, especially considering people who are in attendance tonight. I just want to make sure, does anybody have anything new to add to the conversation at this point, or are we good to move on to the budget piece? I did have some thoughts and comments. Oh, no, you're good. I did have some thoughts and comments, but I think that they've been raised already. So I think I'll just to kind of summarize for the moment. I appreciate you putting this in your superintendent update. It's, as it's a high interest issue, and I think this is, we've all heard some really great questions and takeaways to wrap into consideration as we move forward, and we'll see what happens next. But thank you so much for that, Dr. Keyser, and Thank you for your comments as well. Okay, so board, who has questions, comments, thoughts, or feedback? I believe Dr. Keyser was asking us for some confirmation or consensus around the budget considerations that he brought to us in the second part of his report this evening. Would anybody like to begin with some feedback or perhaps questions for Dr. Keyser?
I have a question specifically about ESSER funding. It would be very helpful to me if we could see how much we have currently received and where that money has been used, because I have asked in the past, is there a comprehensive plan for how we allocate ESSER funds? And my experience of that is that we get pieces. So Rising Queens and Boys and Girls Club and YMCA and E3, et cetera. Is there a comprehensive list of what has come in and what has gone out? And then what was the result of that money? And I get we won't have final results, but what is the ROI, either in services or student experience, et cetera? How much money is left? And what is the plan to use that money? It would be helpful for me to see that all in one place and not piecemeal.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to look at Wendy, so she's going to vigorously shake her head no if I'm misspeaking here. But ESSER, so ESSER funds are a reimbursement cost. So we have to expend those funds in order to get those funds. So some districts, as I mentioned when I was giving my report on the state convention, have said, you know what, we're just going to use all the money that we're intending to get. And we're just going to get staff. That's all we're going to do with it. And we fully know, and the board fully is aware that in 2024, when all that money is gone and spent, we're going to have a financial cliff, and we're just going to deal with it at that time. Our philosophy of using those ESSER funds is a stopgap so that we don't have to use our fund balance to address things. So these were things such as our investment in the literacy curricular resources. This would have been a 3-year rollout, if not longer, of at least $500,000 out of the teaching and learning budget, and rolling it out in step, 4KK, K1, 1, 2, 2, 3, and so on. But we were able to use the ESSER funds and say, you know what, it is a fixed cost after the implementation, but it's going to be a very high threshold. And so that's how we are using those ESSER funds, is identifying what are the things that are going to your point, have those ROIs, but may not be necessarily tied to the immediacy. The most significant thing since that time is looking at the 10-year facilities plan and looking at those ESSER funds at addressing the ongoing feedback around September and June, third floor of Beloit Memorial High School, and addressing air handling systems and air conditioning and stuff like that. That we would not be able to have that conversation because that's $1 million plus conversation. But here, in looking at ESSER, those are the types of things that we are able to evaluate and make determination on. So a long-term comprehensive strategy is, that is hard to pin down when we are constantly evaluating and looking at what are things that we can do now that will have impacts that will also, short-term and long-term, have a budgetary savings to us as a district. But to your point, I will do my best to give you a list of everything that we've spent ESSER funds on, and use that in service to talk about how we have approached using those funds now and moving forward.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Yep.
May I ask a clarifying question quick before I move on? So as
for
we're being asked this evening to look at our short-term, moderate-term, and long-term budget considerations, given the explanation, and thank you for the reminder that ESSER is reimbursed, it's reimbursed. Could you speak to whether is the consideration in the short-term spending, because it's over a 3-year period, are any of the items prioritized in short-term spending ESSER reimbursable?
That's a good question. So are there things that are in there that could be ESSER reimbursable? Some things. Yes, it is prioritized. I put staffing strategically at the bottom because all of the things above that are things that don't directly impact FTE and avoid having to do any sort of reduction in force or to use common nomenclature, a layoff. However, when we talk about allocations to departments and budgets, some of those funds that would be used for saying purchasing supplemental curricular resources, some of those things could be reimbursable. Renewable or consumables for intervention programs, are ESSER. But there are some things such as capital projects, such as updating the lighting in hallways. That's not ESSER reimbursable. So yes, embedded within that, but not everything.
I appreciate the clarification. Sorry to cut in line. I usually let everybody else go first, but I just didn't want to lose the question. Thanks, folks. Who else has questions, thoughts, feedback for Dr. Keyser at this point?
So I'm going to summarize what I thought I heard is that what strategy is the short term and moderate term is what you'd like to focus on. You mentioned something about getting halfway there. So if we're like 10.5 million, so you're trying to get like 5.25 million somewhere in there. You said something about over 2 years versus 1.
Correct. So to use very, very rough numbers and basics, so if we estimate salary and benefits for an FTE to be about $100,000. Now that fluctuates depending on who that individual is. But if we just simply use that, $10 million is about 100 staff. Anything we can reduce that $10 million by is every $1 million is another 10 staff that we don't have to impact. So if we're able to go through and look at all of our non-FTE related costs, that isn't to say they don't impact people, because certainly if you're talking about benefit options and cost of living adjustments and CPI and stuff like that, I might be making an ultimate proposal to the board and saying we can't afford to give everyone all of the cost of living adjustments that perhaps we would want to give, but in order to save some funds, we can save a certain amount of money by going with this recommendation. All of that in sum total gets us to a point where we sit down and say, okay, what does our staffing levels really need to be? And I want to be realistic and not overpromise something that I feel would be detrimental to our system long term. Could I get to $10 million reductions in 1 year? Absolutely. Is it the right thing to do? I think we don't have to go that drastic this year if we look at across 2 years. I think through good fiscal planning, some reductions in places, and looking at our staffing levels across this year and next year, I think we can get to a balanced budget without having drastic impacts to our staffing levels. And it also creates a space for future conversation around what is our budget strategy moving forward that may potentially be another avenue. You'll notice in here that potential revenue generating only talks about increasing revenue that we have access to. getting more students to come in. It doesn't talk about the conversations that we had last time, which was about referendums and stuff like that, simply because there hasn't been a discussion around that yet, and there hasn't been a commitment around that yet, so we can't put that on the list. However, if that does become an option that's on the list, then that has a direct impact on these short and moderate term and certainly long-term conversations.
Also, in the moderate term, we have the review the contracted services. I might be remembering different conversations that we've had, but like, where some organizations have all of their personnel in the staffing levels and allocations, don't we have a significant number of, we were saying that we were carrying costs or carrying people in contracted services versus?
Correct. So there are some of our contracted services have a significant portion of our staff. So we voted to bring back our maintenance staff. So those are our district staff, and those are FTE that if we make staffing level discussions, those are impacted. But our custodial staff are still contracted out. In fact, we had an RFP that went out, and that's something that is queued up to come before the business committee in looking at that. So there is certain things that we can say, hey, we can look at our contracted services, and we do have some of those RFPs coming in, and they may have a direct impact in some of those costs that we incur. Now, if we bring them all, let's say we bring a contracted service that was outsourced completely in-house, that's a conversation that we can have and that we can impact. However, if we're looking at things like food service and custodial and transportation, those are currently outsourced, and so we pay a fixed amount, and on their end, they're saying they're going to service us at a certain level based on that amount of money, regardless. But they've got to meet our needs that we've outlined in the contract, if that makes sense. And so if the board is comfortable with, my proposal is for us to focus in on green and yellow moving forward with the intent of trying to do everything we can prior to getting to the staffing conversations so that we can minimize that impact, knowing that a win in my column is for us to get at least 50% of the way there or better. And like I said, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. And that's why it's really important that I have a read of where the board is in terms of where we want to go. This is where I'm proposing that we go. And then look at this for this year, and then this conversation will continue going into next year, and we'll have another conversation similar to this next year.
Right, so then again, when you say at the short term, because the money is in the people.
Yes, about 64% of our money is in the people,
So
yes.
those are our big rocks in the jar. But in the short-term list, you're saying remove a lot of little things first and then get to where the people are.
Correct. If we can not disturb the big rocks, to use your analogy, by removing the sand and the pebbles first, that would be ideal.
We gotta have enough sand and pebbles in.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Loving the metaphors this evening. Board Member Anderson?
Okay, so your current plan is to kind of disperse this out over a 2-year, correct, like over 2 years. So I don't know if there's a thing, but like, you go on your banking app and you're like, you know what, I'm going to see what happens when I do this. What's going to happen to my credit score? So is there something same for like a business where it's like, oh, here's your bond rating. If we have this much of an impact, will this have like, are we going to go from a great bond rating to a good bond rating or an okay bond rating? Like, is there something similar? And if so, for us, what would be the kind of like changeover point? Because like, if we keep the impact on our bond rating as minimal as possible, that'd be fantastic. If it happens to be 50%, like, cool. But if it's 51%, it's just that little bit extra that could protect our bond rating so that we have that better results down the line.
Great question. It looks like Ms.
Future
LaPlante
things.
is going to take that.
So I asked Ms. LaPointe to help me out in answering this, so I'll kick it off and Ms. LaPointe can help fill in some of the finer nuances around it. You ask a very important question because bond rating and fiscal security of the district is a factor not only for me but for the board in conversations that are happening. There are a mixture of things that look at, that bond agencies and auditors look at, inspect annually when we do our audits. And if we decide to go to a referendum and have Baird and others go and do a check on our bond rating, there are things that they're going to look at. By and large, what they want to see is that we recognize that there is a point at which our revenues and our expenditures are not in line, and how we address those, short-term and long-term, have an impact. How we address those is as important as recognizing that those exist. So if we address it by simply saying, well, you know what, it's $10 million, but we've got $18 million in fund balance, we'll just write it off and then we'll deal with it next year. While that's legal, has an impact on bond ratings and how auditors look at us. So it is a nuanced conversation. And so what our approach is, we know that last year we had $3 million, and yet we didn't have to do deficit spending. We're at $10 million. With everything that we have in our toolbox, could we get through this year? I think we could, but that wouldn't be fiscally responsible because all we're doing is moving the discussion down the road. At some point, we have to address the conversation. It is best to address the conversation knowing that what I'll call the fiscal cliff is not a month down the road, but a year and a half, 2 years down the road, and we can start addressing this in small increments and not make this a right the ship fiscally, but damage ourselves as a culture and a climate approach. What did I miss in the conversation about bond ratings and auditing?
No, you did an excellent job. I don't know how much more I can add to that. Certainly, there are, like Dr. Keyser said, a lot of factors that go into a bond rating. They will ask you about the districts, the employment. Is there increasing employment opportunities? There's all kinds of factors that go into it. So this certainly wouldn't be the only factor. And they do look at, yes, while you project a $10 million deficit, we are going to do our best to not turn out that bad come June 30th. So it will depend where we land, and it also depends on, like Dr. Keyser said last year, we were positive $3 million. So it's kind of a balancing act, and like I said, there are a lot of factors that will go into it. Does that help?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if you guys, if there's that weird cutoff where it's okay, if we had a $5 million deficit plan for next year, well, if it's $4,900,000, well, our bond rating won't go from okay, or it won't drop from great to poor, but go from great to okay or good, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I can't say for sure where, how much is too much. And again, there are so many factors that go into it, but it also depends on where you actually end up at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if there's if they had a forecasting thing like your bank does, where it's if I do these things, like this will happen.
No, I think there's just too many factors to pinpoint where you'd end up.
Okay. Well, thank you.
It's all about how you represent your district when you answer that bond rating call.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the great question. Other thoughts or questions or comments for Dr. Keyser with regard to budget direction, prioritization? I will just say that I appreciate the logic that went into your thinking here. My only kind of suggestion that I'll put forward for consensus building would just be to, within the short-term and moderate-term goals, certainly to prioritize things that we can potentially get reimbursed back through us or to kind of offset some of those costs. And I just also want to elevate something that I just heard you say, Dr. Keyser, which I deeply appreciate, that fiscal responsibility is certainly very important. And it's not just a dollars and cents issue. You know, it comes with the external costs and benefits of the services that we're tasked to provide to the community. So in terms of calculating fiscal responsibility, we have to weigh in how is this going to add value to or significantly harm the services that we're tasked to do. And I really appreciate that you brought that into the conversation. So that's, I guess, my 2 cents. Dr. Keyser, you had asked us a while ago when we started this conversation for consensus. Is there anything that you need to clarify from the board at this time?
Only in that if there is another direction or other prioritizations that you want me to consider in moving forward, I would like to know that walking out of this conversation, because the next step will be to actually start to put actual numbers and dollar amounts next to these, so that as I provide more updates to not only the board but to administrators and to the staff, that they start to see what this actually is going to start to look like and how we're going to mark that.
So I'll just one more clarification. So and then you may have addressed this, but it's been kind of like an information dense evening, so forgive me if I'm being repetitive. With the reviewing staffing levels in the green box for short term, is it our priority to maintain, like, we're not looking at cutting people from positions, is that right? We're looking at reviewing how people are being used?
When I talk about reviewing staffing levels, I can't make a promise that it's not going to be that. It's going to be putting that at the very last bullet point in the list. But I can't make a promise to the board or to the community that if there's just too many factors in that.
So I would just say that as you're putting dollars and cents to this for, like, as we step forward for review, I would personally like to put forward, but certainly I'm speaking for myself and not the full board, that we exercise all creativity and resources to avoid that taking place. But I see that Board Member Schneider, your mic's on. Did you have a comment?
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
You can finish with yours.
I'm pretty much wrapped up. I would like to avoid cutting. I mean, there's nothing that makes a bigger difference in the achievement and success of our kids than the people who work with them. So that has to be prioritized. Go ahead.
Absolutely. But a few meetings past, we did give Dr. Keyser the directive to begin looking at what it would look like if we truly had to go to this extreme at this point. So he is following through with that and sharing numbers so that we have better information to make decisions in the future. So I greatly appreciate his work on this. And again, reiterating, hopefully that staffing is impacted as little as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate and echo your comments as well. Did anybody else have anything before we just maybe do one more kind of check-in with Dr. Keyser before we move on? All right, Dr. Keyser, do you have anything else to clarify from us at this point?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Definitely appreciate it. And with that, we are moving on to committee and other board reports. Is there a committee or report from Business Operations and Finance Committee this evening?
I have nothing new to add from the last update.
Thank you very much. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services.
This afternoon, we began our conversation with information being updated on the MOU with the city and the police department for our school resource officer program.
Excellent, thank you. Any other reports for, I have nothing. I'm going to forego giving a governance committee update in the interest of time. Board Member Levy, did you have anything for legislative or policy?
I will forego the verbal update, but my legislative update, which there are lots of new things in committee for both the Assembly and the Senate, so please check those out. I will say on record that tomorrow there is a meeting of the Education Committee for the Assembly. There will be an executive session Wednesday, February 16th at 9:30 in the North Hearing Room, which is second floor north. On the committee to be addressed is AB 611, AB 428, AB 963, AB 964, and AB 969. They are expecting executive session to last for a total of 1 minute because at 9:31 a.m. the public hearing is scheduled to begin. Same room, and all of the agenda items are listed there if people are interested.
Thank you very much. And at this time, if that concludes, it looks like our committee and other board reports. That takes us to our board legal toolkit, which is, as I understand, it's like an annual overview.
Yeah, so as part of, we started this last year when I was in interim, and then in our conversations about the board self-evaluation, one of the pieces is making sure and ensuring that board members understand the legal aspects of being a board member. And for half of our board, this will be updates and review and deepening learning. And for the other half of the board, this will be the first opportunity that you had this type of in-service. So this provides an opportunity for Mr. Bukema, our district counsel, and his associate to talk about, last year was a top 10, this one is the top 5. We are getting better and more refined. And it'll be the opportunity for him to just share what current case law is, and then open up for some questions that board members may have. So do you want me to, Rob, to put this on the screen?
I also did it old school, brought hard copies of it.
Perfect.
And now you can take that with you everywhere you go to read it. So I think the evening was described as information dense. I hope that the lawyer's presentation is not dense. It's hopefully it's full of good information. It's really a pleasure to be here. I was thinking, it's been a full evening already for you, I know, but then I was thinking, what better time for board training is always right now, right? Training is always valuable and useful, so we'll try to look at it that way and try to keep this interesting. The good thing is you're going to hear from us for 20 minutes on 5 topics, so I've already used about 30 seconds of my first topic. And I've got Calvin Furman from my office. Calvin, you've met before. I think he might have been at 1 or 2 meetings, but he came to us from Milwaukee Public Schools, where he was deputy superintendent there. So we're really happy to have him, and he's going to cover some of these topics as well. So without further ado, board powers and responsibilities is our first topic. And like Dr. Kieser said, some of this will be review for some of you. In fact, some of the board members now have enough experience you could be up here presenting with me, I'm pretty sure. But also it's always useful to have a review and also to newly experience the information. But I'm going to just focus on 4 key components of board powers. The board has very broad powers under the statute, and I'm not going to read all the outline, but interestingly, where the specific statutes and the specific board powers are referenced there under 120.12 and 120.13, there are specifics like there's a whole list like, insurance and taxation, collective bargaining. There's a specific listing of powers that the board has, which is interesting to review. But then there's also a specific statement of power which says all things reasonable to promote the cause of education. And you make rules for the organization, gradation, and government of the school district. And that's really where the board's power comes. You've heard of yourself as a policy-driven board, as governing board through policy. And that's really, the board really controls a lot of its power through the exercise of policy. And that's why, obviously, the policies you have and the policies that you create are exceedingly important. Interesting other concept is the board acts as a body. Individual board members obviously are elected, but the power that you wield comes through your collective action, through the voting on of matters. And so that's really where the key part of your power comes. And obviously there's individual board officers, and the board officers have roles, and sometimes those roles continue between meetings. But I think it's safe to say that you don't act as an individual on the board, you act together. I've heard board members already with this board saying we speak with one voice. That's what happens is you collectively decide, and then whether you all agree, obviously a majority of you would carry the day. And then interestingly, you can't control every aspect of governance. There's going to be some gaps, some quiet areas, some areas where it's silent, and those are normally the ones that the board would then delegate to the superintendent, the administration. And I'm going to cover this a little bit too under board ethics and board policy, but there's areas where the board governs, and then there's areas where you defer or delegate to the superintendent to effectuate the policies. And I think about this, I think about it a lot because it's always been a topic for boards and administration. I consider it to be a very delicate but very important dance that you have. And there's things that the board has to have power over, and then there's things that you have to delegate to and trust the administration to do. And interesting, the board ethics policy has sheds some light on how to effectively do that. So that's what paragraph E is. There's some deference there. And when there's no guide for board action, then the superintendent would have the power to act in those situations. That's under policy 151.4, and the board's had experience with that as well. And then under your board of conduct, if you really want to take a look at a policy that will inform you about what your role is, and that would be a great refresher for you, just circle policy 165, because it's a very important conduct policy. Just a few things about that. Kids first, you strong on ethics, you're very strong on open communication, attendance, confidentiality. Then interestingly, 6, 7, 8, and 9 kind of reiterate what I just got done talking about. The board acts as a whole, not as individuals. The board's function is one of policy making, not administration. There's a recognition that the board members don't interfere with the administration of the school. And then there's interestingly, corresponding part of the dance requires the superintendent to keep the board continuously and adequately informed. And so it's an interesting thing when you think about it, just even from tonight. There's the administration, the board governs, the administration implements the governing. There's constant communication back and forth so that the board can do its policy and governing, and the administration can do its role. So there's an interesting interplay of all the issues there. But those are some of the key parts of the ethics policy. And then there's also board member conflicts of interest. I'd love to be able to spend more time on all these, but read that one specifically. Avoiding conflicts of interest, basically, don't do anything in your public or your private role that would inure to your professional benefit. In other words, I don't see anything right now. In the past, we've had people on the board who have done business with the school. In the past, we've had spouses who have staff members who are employed. Those are all kinds of delicate issues there. But the issue is, the concept is no person can serve two masters, so to speak. And so if those two things are in conflict with each other, one of those has to give. And so one of my pieces of advice on conflicts is make sure you just ask for advice. That's one thing that the board can provide, request an opinion, and that can protect the board and it can protect an individual as well. Okay, that was probably more than 5 minutes, but I'm going to have Calvin cover open meetings and public records. Oh, we're going to have time for questions 10 minutes afterwards.
That means I get the fun stuff, right? Everyone cares about this. It's a little dry. I'll try to keep it pretty high level here. It's in your outline there. Obviously, the statutory intent for the state is that the public is entitled to the fullest and most complete information regarding the affairs of the government as is compatible with the conduct of governmental business. What does that mean? Well, we saw it today. All meetings shall be publicly held in places reasonably accessible to members of the public and shall be open to all citizens unless otherwise explicitly provided by law. And there are specific reasons in the statute that allows for closed sessions. I'm sure the board members have become aware of that over time. So the board can't go into closed session for any reason, but there are specific delineated reasons. B talks about purpose. There must be a purpose to engage in governmental business, be it discussion, decision, or information gathering. Why is that important? It kind of comes into play into the quorum pitfalls I'm going to get into, which is probably the most important thing I want you to take out of this discussion. And it also helps with noticing public meetings. C, I'll just kind of skip over. You all have an opportunity to participate in the governmental bodies meetings as an elected official. The quorum, this is the big one. What is a meeting? Well, a meeting is a quorum of the body that has a purpose. And a quorum, by default, is a majority of the board. So if there's 1/2 or more of the members present, the meeting is rebuttably presumed to be for the purpose of exercising the responsibilities, authority, power, or duties delegated in that body. Now, the statute does say, a social or chance gathering or conference, which is not intended to avoid the open meetings law, is not a meeting. But again, with that rebuttable presumption, there should be caution whenever a majority of the board gets together, even at a conference or at a gathering. If the majority are getting together, the presumption is going to be that it's a meeting to conduct business. If there's a chance gathering, you see each other and you separate, or you're at a gathering but you're not really convening as a majority, you're probably fine. That's really what the statutory exemption is trying to get at there. Negative quorum, I start with the ones that most people don't really know about, is a meeting of less than half the members that possess the power to defeat an action in the governmental body. It's not very common. The most common example is a supermajority. If an action takes 2/3 of the board, then in this case, 3 members would be a negative quorum. So that would be a meeting under the open meetings law for purposes of that type of action. The much more common one is the walking quorum. That's where a series of meetings among separate group of members, each less than quorum size, and they agree to tacitly or explicitly act uniformly in sufficient number to reach a quorum. So one member speaks with another board member, they discuss an item, they come to an agreement. Another one branches off and talks to another board member, they reach agreement. You're forming a coalition outside of a meeting. That's considered a walking quorum, and that is a meeting under the open meetings law. 4 talks about quorum through email. You can have a meeting through email. If board members, a quorum, are engaging back and forth through deliberations by email, that can be considered a meeting. And it's a more common occurrence to have a walking quorum in this fashion, where board members are sort of communicating, reaching coalitions separately through email. So that can be considered an email, a meeting. A series of emails that does not result in an agreement to do something and where less than a quorum of the board participates does not constitute a walking quorum, especially where they are pertaining to routine tasks or scheduling. So courts would typically look at to what you are discussing. If you're deliberating particular actions and they can sort of structure a coalition there, then it's probably going to be considered a meeting. E talks about closed session. I mentioned that there are specific reasons for going into closed session. I will reiterate from your code of conduct to respect and never violate the confidentiality of executive sessions. These are supposed to be confidential meetings. This means that no information, however a board member may feel about it, will be shared with any person not part of the executive session. And then there's a caveat about that this may be subject to legally required disclosure. There are situations where there may be disclosure required, even from a closed session. F talks about the fact that the courts can void actions at an improper meeting. So if there's been determined that there was this meeting, you've come to an agreement, a board could void that action. And it's typically if the court finds that the interest in enforcing the law outweighs any interest in maintaining the validity of the action. Public records laws, the district's going to have its own procedures set up. Similarly, the intent is that all persons are entitled to the greatest possible information regarding the affairs of the government and the official acts of those officers and employees who represent them. The big piece
is the final decision maker in these complaint procedures. It's also true about expulsions. You know, the board is the final decision maker. And a lot of the case law is the board's role as final arbiter. And where this comes up is you have a lot of interest in what goes on in the district, and you have a lot of involvement. You're connected to the community. You see a lot of things, and so you have a lot of knowledge. But when you're a board member, you are the ultimate decider, and so you really can't be involved in the investigation of those things as well. And so that's why sometimes we get to meetings and there's a little bit of a back and forth to say, we'll give you a high level of information, but we don't want to give you too much information to prejudice you or have you prejudge a situation. That's for the board's protection in case something would go to an appeal. And many, many times we would never, you know, if a teacher was being disciplined or there was a procedure going on, we wouldn't tell you at the beginning saying, oh, this is going on and this is what's happening. We would wait until the end, or the board would get involved in a decision-making mode at the appropriate time. And that's obviously the responsibility of the administration and legal counsel to make sure the board is properly protected there. But that is why a lot of times you have to be very careful about the role that you play, and we are careful about even the questions you ask and the things you get involved in. But obviously you have the ultimate right to know, and frankly, it's a very powerful position to be the final decision maker in those things. So, and we've had several situations this year where, you know, there were complaint procedures and they worked themselves through and the board ultimately got involved. Some of those may someday relate to a termination hearing. Some may relate to a final decision on somebody's employment. Some may relate to a student complaint or something like that. So it's true that the board can't act as the investigator and the decision maker. Interestingly, there's been all kinds of cases on that too. There's actually one interesting case, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, the Hortonville School District. It's kind of a funny name, but that is a time when it dealt with the district administrator, and frankly, the board has the right to decide, hey, if we need to do something with our district administrator, then we have to take action, and then we have to be a decision maker, and the board and the Supreme Court found that not to be a violation of due process. So it probably would be a violation for due process in just about every other employee in the district, but for the administrator, and obviously there's processes for that too, but there's board protection even in that situation. But that's kind of the final. We have very, very, very careful Title IX policies where we separate decision making, and ultimately the board is the final decision maker there as well. And we're very careful that investigators don't become a decision maker. And so there's very specific rules on that. Okay, that was about 20 minutes, wasn't it? It's a little longer, but.
That's a commendable amount of time that you spent on the volume of information covered, and it is very valuable information. So I really thank both of you for your time and your patience this evening.
And we really appreciate the fact that the board has to deal with so many things, and the issues are weighty, and yet it's also good to just get a refresher on, you know, on what your role is and the importance of these things. These are kind of the high level things. I mean, there's so many other interesting things if we had 2 or 3 hours, because I know that you all very much like to find out about things, and it would be also interesting. And some of them have a real consequence, like just how these decisions are made and who has the right to do what or what. There's so many interesting things. That's why school law is so fascinating.
You know, it honestly, it is fascinating, and you know, levity aside, I mean, I think it's really important for our board to adopt a continuous learning mindset and to set that expectation that there's always room to grow and learn and self-reflect and, you know, correct our path moving forward. And that's really kind of what we want to establish. So I really appreciate your time in sharing this evening. In the spirit of that curiosity, does anybody have questions for either of our presenters? I have a quick clarification because it's come up before. I know, and maybe they don't do it anymore, but when I served on a city commission, anytime there was even a possibility that there would be a quorum of the commission, like at a community event, for example, they would post that there may be a quorum present of the committee, but no business would be conducted. Is that a practice that you, because as I'm reading the language here, I see that there's that exemption, unless I'm misunderstanding it. I mean, do you think that it's advisable for us to continue to do that? Because like I've asked, for example, Ms. Dooley to take the time to post, like there may be a quorum of board members present, but no business will be conducted at, X event.
I think that's definitely a best practice. I think that's what the district does. I think that's wise to do. If it would be forgotten one time, the statute basically says it's a complete chance meeting. It wasn't intended to be a meeting. You're not going to get in trouble for that. But I think it's the best practice to say that, to post it anyway.
I appreciate that. And then with regard to like open records, all of those are pertaining like strictly to district business. So like
Yep.
if I text board member Schneider and ask him for a special education question regarding to my child, for example,
Yeah.
that's not like an open record necessarily.
Correct. And it has to relate to district business. One of the things I've noticed, and this is true, and it's true about my own life and my own practice, texting is used more often, believe it or not, because it's so, instantaneous. It's sort of like to take a step back and say, how much district business do I transact through texting rather than through your official school district? I guess I would just encourage you to try to centralize most of the activity through your school district account, because what happens is they're very voluminous, and sometimes you mix personal and professional then, in school district and personal. So you're going to do what you're going to do to get the work of the district done. I understand that, but it's a good caution to say, hey, if it's school district business, I'm going to try to use my school district account.
I think that's excellent advice. Thank you for that clarification. Does anybody else have any other questions for either of our presenters tonight? Seeing none, I'll just thank you both again so much for your time. This is very valuable information, and we definitely appreciate it.
Thank you. I know you guys are all interested in continuous learning, so
We are.
really, it is.
We're
Even
getting
at 10
t-shirts.
o'clock, I'll take it.
All right, it is
Thank you.
9:44, and I hope that, I'm just going to ask, as we're looking at our agenda, we have a very important discussion regarding next steps for the referendum scheduled, and I'm wondering if our board, in the interest of bringing our best selves to this discussion, would be interested in postponing that item, which would be 6B, to our March 1st meeting. Are there any objections to moving forward in that manner? We're good? Okay, so it looks like with consensus, do we need official action? Almost parliamentarian Levy? District council, are we okay with consensus to forego this agenda item, or would you prefer that we make a formal motion?
No, I think you can have a consensus to hold an item.
Excellent. So I will take that we do have consensus to move item 6B to the March 1st meeting, which then conveniently takes us to item 7A, future board meeting dates. In the interest of making every board member available if they should choose to be in attendance at our upcoming and very exciting and hopefully heavily attended community visioning sessions as part of our strategic plan, which will be held, please correct me if I'm wrong, February 21st and 22nd in person, Dr. Keyser, is that right?
Correct.
Fantastic. Please. Oh, and it's like right in front of me. Awesome. So please, make a point to attend one of 4 either in-person sessions on February 21st and 22nd or our virtual session on, I believe, the 24th. Is that right?
Correct.
Awesome. And all of that information is fabulously available on our website, and I'm very, very happy to say that that is the case. So in the interest of freeing us up to attend those, our governance committee meeting has been postponed until March at a date to be determined. Moving on, Business Operations and Finance Committee will meet next Tuesday, March 1st at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Committee, which is the committee of the whole, will meet Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Our next regular board meeting then will be held Tuesday, March 1st at 7 p.m. Our Policy Committee meeting then will be held Wednesday, March 2nd at 5:30 p.m. Our community listening session, which we are publicly noticing to include soliciting community feedback for what people would like to see present in the next iteration of our School Resource Officer or SRO MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, will take place here at the Colac Center, Sunday, March 13th at 3 p.m. Followed by our Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting, which will take place Tuesday, March 15th at 5:30 p.m. The Human Resources Committee of a whole will then meet Tuesday, March 15th at 6:30 p.m., followed by our regular board meeting to be held Tuesday, March 15th at 7 p.m. Are there any corrections or additions to those upcoming meetings? I'm very excited for all of them. Does anybody else have any board business before we adjourn? Seeing none, I will just again thank everybody for your time, energy, and expertise this evening. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Schneider, second by Semrau. Any discussion? All right, great job, everybody. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
We are in. All right, motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 9:48 p.m. Thank you so much. You have